rise from the ashes.
Electric Boogaloo.
You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention. Oh, you don't let the ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time to light your fires for ascension. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. You burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Shine bright up all night, we're never slowing down. Fall in love, drunk mistakes, we're bound to hit the ground. Gotta keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. Young blood made of gold, a mind you can't control. Running wild, can't come down. My head is in the clouds. Gotta keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. And for a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this.
Well, hello, cool cats and kittens. How is everyone doing today? I hope you're well. Today is April 28th, 2024. It is 6:37 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Who was up late last night, early into the morning? I certainly was. I definitely was. So last night, Chris came on Web Sleuth, um, not her website, I'm sorry, Web Sleuth's YouTube channel. Her name is Trisha. Good channel. Make sure her link is in the description, by the way, for you guys and anyone in the replay crew. And he was unhinged, absolutely unhinged. He was disrespectful, not only to, you know, well, he was just disrespectful to everyone, in my opinion. He was disrespectful to the host, the private eyes, and of course, um, Seth. And Seth was, you know, fairly calm the entire time. And we've got a lot to talk about because there is some places in here where I've my jaw was on the floor. It was on the floor. Whenever he was talking about CPS, we're going to get to that. And some of the things that he said on Nancy's show and when Smiley was interviewing him, I've got some clips that we are going to compare what he said last night versus what he said in other interviews. And it is completely different. And remember, with probably the second week into this case, I said, once the CPS thing came out, I said, something's wrong. And last night, he said Sebastian went and told his teacher. Teacher called CPS. They're mandatory reporters. She did the right thing. And then Chris said Sebastian thought that they were going, that would get me kicked out of my home, essentially. Really? Wow. There was a lot of things, in my opinion, happening in this home in the days, weeks, and the last few months before Sebastian went missing. And we got a lot to talk about, a lot. So he will deny saying that. Wait for it. Well, deny. I mean, denial. Swim down the denial, right? But there's a lot to talk about. That is for sure. Hope you're comfortable. Get a drink, get comfy, because it's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. I, me, I, Marlena. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. He listen, I you know, I don't understand. I mean, I get he's frustrated. I get everyone is frustrated, right? I get Chris is frustrated. I understand that. But in the frustration, being an a-hole to people, where does he think that's going to get him? He was actually calling people names last night, like names. And, it made me think. It made me think about this last night. Poor Sebastian. Again, poor Sebastian. Because what? He had to live with this, right? Chris has several marriages, right? I just, I mean, I don't know. Does he not, is he too blithely unaware to understand his own self, right? Does he think that he knows it all and nobody knows anything else? That's what it feels like. It's like he's talking down to everyone there because he knows it. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. This isn't going, it's a very controlling feeling. Thank you so much, KA. I got to thinking, in my opinion, it's ironic, Chris, what has can't have his kids, etc., so that uh can be where underlying frustration towards Sebastian could. Yes, that is one thing. I absolutely think, in my opinion, that, I think Seth thought, not sorry, not Seth, Chris thought he was going to get his daughter. I think something happened, in my opinion, something happened in December whenever Chris's daughter was visiting. I think something happened. What? I don't know. That's a speculation for me. But I feel like something happened, and that is when he was like, no, he doesn't want Sebastian there with his daughter. Or something happened at school. One or the other. And he was just not going to have it. He just wasn't going to have it. And then I feel like Katie's like, also, you want to make my child go with his father so your daughter can move in. Nobody was going to be happy in that situation, in my opinion. There was nobody was going to end up happy, right? And because in my opinion, if Sebastian was there, Chris wasn't going to be happy, right? If Sebastian wasn't going to be in Katie's house, right? Chris wasn't going to be happy if Sebastian was there. If Sebastian moved to Seth's, Katie is going to feel some type of way because uh Faith would have been there and she wouldn't have had her kid. So there was nothing, in my opinion, that was going to make everyone happy. And I think this was peaking. Maybe they convinced Sebastian to go away with Chris's mom and stepdad, and when he comes back, act like he ran away. Uh Glitter, I that would be great. Listen, if he's out there and he's okay, God, I pray. I pray But at this point, it has gone too far, right? This would be somebody was holding this kid right now and they're found, family or not, you're going to be in a bunch of trouble. Bunch. So there's that. I want to give credit to Web Sleuths. Her link is in the description. Candy, Web Sleuths. Web Sleuths. Thank you so much, my dear. And link is in the description. Also, the link to Web Sleuths Trisha's website. If you're into true crime, I suggest you to go over there. It's free to use. It's a wonderful website it's got message boards. You can speak with other people on there and just a wealth of knowledge and about anything true crime. So I really, really recommend that. Guys, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet, I would greatly appreciate it hitting that thumbs up button as it helps this get out to others. We need as many people to see little Sebastian, 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers' face more than ever. We are over the 2-month mark. 2-month mark. Thank you, Candy, for that. I appreciate you. Sheila, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you so very, very much, my dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you, my dears, all of you. Thank you. All right. Without further ado, let's get started. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy night.
Always be polite to our guests. Okay, so who do we have here?
And I gotta say, Trisha, she's always respectful and fair. She really is. She absolutely is.
Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
You have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here.
Now he comes out blazing, pretty much from the get-go. Thank you so much, single mom. Appreciate you, my dear. If you receive that membership, please thank our sweet single mom. True crime, what a joy. She's amazing. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you.
I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh, I'm very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
That's how it starts. Right there. Right there. That's how it starts. You haven't done this. You haven't done that. I'm the boss of everything. And you just pretty much. Hey, Jude. Thank you, sweetheart. How are you doing? We've missed you. Hope you're recovering good. Thank you so much, hey, Jude. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. A lot of people have been asking about you. Hope you're well. Oh, yeah. I mean, he triggered the cat last night. The cat in the background was like, you know, there's a lot of people that said that. Sounds like he had maybe took, a few swigs from Katie's brew.
Heather has
Heather
been in
is
communication.
the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit
reached
on
out
this
to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the
So,
problem
okay,
is,
I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
okay,
Do you, I mean, think about this. Remember what we say all the time, the, the public self, the private self, and the secret self. And this is it. Can you imagine? This makes me personally, reassures me, in my opinion, that what Nina said, it absolutely reassures me based upon this behavior. It absolutely reassures me.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right?
It doesn't matter. Stepson,
Thank
my
you,
son.
Robin.
All the kids
Thank
are
you. We
treated
love you,
as
honey.
if
Thank
they
you.
are own. There
So
is no
sweet, Robin.
title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing?
Well, absolutely, because kids don't just normally just, you know, vanish into thin air. So that makes you wonder, oh, how was this marriage? Was everything okay? What was going on? I mean, I understand Chris is probably not into true crime, uh, like all of us are in here, but these things really matter when someone goes missing or someone is unalived, because what happens before plays a huge, huge role, right? Humongous role. Thank you so much, Robin, my dear. Thank you. Did you notice he didn't say we didn't do anything? I did not notice that. We didn't do anything. What did you just say? I didn't do anything? Is that what he said?
I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's
Oh,
not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
Okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
okay,
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand.
what do you guys think triggered him last night? Like, what was it that triggered him this much? Was it the, the PIs coming up there? What do you think it was? Drinking, perhaps? I don't know. Something was really off. Honestly, it was so like late into the night. I was like, am I dreaming or something? Like, what's going on here? Is this really happening? I kept saying, oh my God, is this really happening?
And I hear what you're saying. But again,
So let me help y'all with something. 'Cause
okay,
y'all said some shit that's really, y'all have no, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clear it.
okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was
That is
because
not-
my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said,
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here.
I
Okay,
said people.
okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth
Well, he just said y'all's missing
on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
Lady C says PS triggered him. Facebook groups too can't handle fire. Yeah, I mean, it was like he says terabytes at least. He says terabytes and crystal clear, like Katie says. Snacks. 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 That's right. Yep.
But
Trust
let's,
me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No. And Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good,
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand, I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay.
It's just like he would not calm down last
Here's the
night.
thing. When you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
Yes, frozen moments. He really lost it when Seth brought up the tip about Katie, sorry, putting Sebastian in his mother's car at 5:58 a.m. on Monday morning, lost his cookies. Sure did.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
No, thank you. Yeah, he was just crazy last night. Why isn't Katie talking? Yes, everyone kept saying, is he really rapper? Cool. Everybody was saying last night, Katie, where are you? Blink, get to the camera and blink or say something in the background if you need us. Like nothing. And he's like, oh, I'm protecting my wife. I'm like, well, you're fourth, or you're fifth. Is that what you mean? Fourth or fifth one? I was like, damn. Thank you so much. He gets triggered because he doesn't like being questioned. He wants people to just listen to him, do what he says, and believes everything he says, no questions asked. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Give it up for that. Give it up for that. Certainly does. Certainly. Damn, man.
let me tell from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents
No
left
reasoning
town
with him.
shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you, and I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you, we've all been asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
Listen, the last thing anyone wants to think about is a parent, a guardian, anyone hurting a child, right? It's bad enough, right, that anyone hurts a child, a stranger hurts a child, but a parent. So nobody wants to think of that. But
It is
you
not.
know when you're selling us this story that he's walked out in the middle of the night with no shoes and he disappeared with no cameras, no trace of anything, and then you're showing us this. Come on now.
Problem with
meant-
thinking outside of the box
Mhm.
does nothing but cause speculation. And it causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff? Not
Okay.
you. I'm saying the public.
And so that, Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to
That
clear
does
it up.
not
Chris.
matter.
I
Doesn't
did want
matter
to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make
Yeah.
it clear that
Can I explain to you?
yeah.
This man.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and asked me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
What
I
was the
asked my
question that you asked me? Since I neglected your question,
And
what
that's not
was
what
your
I'm saying.
question?
That's not what I'm saying.
I think so.
I'm just, I want to make it clear that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this.
So
Please,
Donna, that cat is pissed off. I mean, the cat needed a blood pressure pill. The cat truly needed a blood pressure pill last night. I really believe that. Donna, so he answers that question last night. He's like, no, I don't own a funeral home. But he didn't answer it fully, truthfully. He answered it's truthful that he doesn't own a funeral home, but there are people in the family.
if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Watch Trish. Watch her. This is what she does. She's just like, God, how do you reason with him? Usually people, when you're empathetic, when you're sympathetic to them, the cat wanted to scratch. When you're empathetic and you're sympathetic, it lowers, right? It's like it calms things down. You don't even know. What do you mean? She's saying she hasn't been in your shoes, but I mean, her head, she just like drops her head.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you. All right. Anybody here in this chat that asked about the cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up.
Right, Cake?
Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's a $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's.
If Chris didn't do anything, he might have just reached his boiling point with all the crazy and outlandish accusations. Anybody can only take so much. I mean, yeah, you can only. I mean, I understand that, right? But the thing is, what Trish is trying to make him understand is, this social media is a double-edged sword, right? Now you can, and with our technology, you can have one face in every corner of the planet now, right? But the thing is, having, the face in every corner of the planet comes people's opinions, right? And it's just is what it is. And Trish is trying to make him understand that, you're asking for help. You're asking for help. So people are going to have opinions. Again, it's just it's an opinion. It's an opinion. None of us know, not one single one of it. Nobody knows what happened to Sebastian. Nobody. And that is why everyone has an opinion, speculation, theories on what may or may not have happened.
Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached out to you when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So
Crap, sorry, I was muted. That was my first mute today. Sorry. There we go. Cake. Cake says, could he have been bringing up crazy theories to deflect from talking about the real questions? Absolutely. It's extremely it's possible. Mute counter one. Mute counter one. I was checking my earbuds. It's probably me. When you see my mouth moving and nothing is going on, it's 98% me, probably. I get it worked out pretty quick usually. But like most people in my experience with doing true crime, the people that are worried about like, oh, the way that's how they are perceived, you really question them because people who generally have nothing to do with it, and from what I have seen, they're just like, I don't give a crap if you talk about me. Just find my kid. Thank you for what you're doing. Keep putting his face out there. Let's find justice. Let's find our child. Do whatever, right? That's what, most people do. But they're, probably the Wells and the Proudfoots are probably the most aggressive and just, with being on social media, there's on social media quite a bit. Not the well so much anymore, but they were for 2.5 years, right? Don't care what you say about me, just find my kid, right? I mean, he is attacking, being disrespectful toward Trish and these women up there who just is doing the same thing as what Chris says he's trying to do as well, and that is find Sebastian. That's it.
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you. Okay, we're not here to point fingers at you or whatever. But the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here.
Chris yelling at these women and Seth made me livid. What was it that Seth made you livid about? Just curious, Primrose. You don't got a super chat or anything. You just write it in there. Um, I'll be honest with you. I mean, has has Seth done everything perfect? No, he really hasn't. I think he's said some things that, you know, could have been said better for sure. But I personally just don't think he has anything to do with his son going missing. My opinion only, though.
Here to stay,
You're welcome
unfortunately.
to have
This never
any
used to be a
opinion you
problem.
want here.
Never. Until social media. And it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible. But let us help you clear it up. Okay. So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property. We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up?
So that cleared up a lot. I mean, in this, there is some things that definitely was cleared up.
Saying that we own, like we're millionaires or something, like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
Exactly.
Worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged
Good question.
you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered.
Very good question.
And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging me again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages. We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Even Simon says, what if he is a crap parent, controlling, abusive, wants custody of his daughter, but doesn't want Sebastian? Glad he's gone, but also not be involved. What if he's a crap parent, controlling, abusive, wants custody of his daughter, but doesn't want Sebastian? You're saying, so he might be, so what you're saying is he might be a crappy parent, he might be controlling, he might be abusive, he wants his daughter, but he doesn't want Sebastian. He could be glad Sebastian is gone, but he might not be involved, is what you're saying. It's, again, it is possible. It is possible. Anything is possible. There is, nothing is off the table in this situation. Now, the thing that I, again, just go straight back to is, why wouldn't a mother check on her son? Why wouldn't she go look at him during the night? Why, if she thought he fell off the bed, she just wouldn't peek in there after, in a little bit, right? Why wouldn't she have security systems at her house when she installs security systems? Why wouldn't he have been picked up on something, right? Why is there not a scent of him? Why is there not a footprint? How far could he get if he was barefoot? Would he have gotten far? Right? Um, and the thing is, I believe if Katie, if it was just Katie, I'm not sure Chris would have just done it by himself. Like, I think he may have just been like, oh no. But then again, and she calls panicking and something happens, it is
Okay.
possible.
Heather, would you like to say
I
anything?
just don't know.
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could.
I didn't really get that either, Ginger Snap. What does he mean if he was really, if we were rich, Sebastian would be home? I don't get that either, because I mean, isn't his mom loaded?
Come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have
Probably his
access to
lap.
them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
Oh, I am
angry,
too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though
absolutely
he's
thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've
That's
spoken to him before.
That's a good point, Colleen.
And
That's a good point, Colleen. If Sebastian went missing on Seth's watch, how would Katie and Chris act then? That's a very good comment. That is one that I have not heard yet. It's one that I have not heard, and you're right. It would probably be a little different. Yeah, I mean, I just, him slapping a child with autism, anyone with any type of condition, anyone with any type of mental, physical, emotional issues, they don't understand that. Feel strong that neither of the two men are involved. Perhaps, perhaps. I mean, the thing with me, I just don't think Katie could have pulled, like, if they are involved, I just don't think Katie could have pulled it off by herself. So that's
He's been very upset with me before, but once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, okay, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then
Okay.
no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them, kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. So
That's-
that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk. Because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know, and
Thank you for letting us know. You can read the comments below. Wow. What, what a revelation here. What a revelation here.
telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them.
No.
Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us?
And the other part of this is if
I
it's
got it.
nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it.
because
Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control.
He's like, it's not going to help, but then he explains exactly, it's not going to help. But let me remind you that children with
themselves.
autism,
But
you can't please the man. You just can't.
I'm not really
It-
worried that people can't read and do their own
Well, but Chris,
and
let me
read
tell
stuff.
you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that
with
either.
him.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his
Yes.
house he didn't
Yes,
need
you
it.
are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Oh, here we go.
You just
Here we
hit
go.
the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it because, quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Right, and you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while
Calm
everybody
and
stood behind me
respectful, y'all.
and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting and he's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now,
Mm-hmm.
unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't.
Well, how about Katie talks to Seth? How about that? Why will Katie not speak with Seth? Because there is 2 people that knows Katie better than anybody. One is Chris, and the other one is Seth. You know, when you have been with someone, right? When you've lived with someone, when you have a child with someone, when you've dated someone, when you've married someone, you know them. You know when they're lying, you know when they're bullshitting you. And Katie will not speak with Seth. Why? Because in my opinion, she can't look at him and tell what happened. That's my opinion. She can't bullshit him. It's my opinion.
Don't open your mouth.
And
Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, you know, in the last week we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something
Sure.
that y'all don't get a chance to see.
We don't get to
Because
see.
unfortunately, we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the
Listen to
security
this.
force. He wants to be law
He's going to be a motivational speaker here now.
enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, "Look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it," which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he goes to he gets
Thank you,
accepted. He's excited.
Michelle.
He calls
Thank you,
me
my dear.
and says, "Thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time." But
Okay.
y'all don't get to see that. Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, "Look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in."
I mean, that's beautiful if he did say that. If he did say that, that's very sweet, right? That's very sweet. Oh my goodness, Vet Girl. Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In my opinion, why is this the focus? More distraction and chaos. Come on YouTube, please. Arguments, etc. Law enforcement is the beginning. Facts are there. Please. Arguments, etc. Law enforcement is. Oh, you mean like the law enforcement? What they said in the beginning? Is that what you mean, like the law enforcement in the beginning? Yeah, we played a lot of them. Was it yesterday, y'all? I think it was
My
yesterday.
name is Justin, and I'm
Thank you, thank you, thank you, big girl. Appreciate you, my dear. Everything's going slow. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
And prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Michelle.
I have
Right.
been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about the not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian,
Yeah.
because the anger doesn't solve.
I mean, they're doing everything in their power to keep him calm. Everything. Everything in like they are currently constantly Trisha, the PIs, everyone up there, they are all trying to just de-escalate, de-escalate, de-escalate. Oh, hey, Web Sleuth. Hey, girl. How you doing? Good to see you. Did you take your blood pressure medicine? Because I needed blood pressure medicine last night. That's the truth. Damn. He was not having it. He was just not having it. I don't understand. It's just like calm down. This just doesn't, they were trying to do kind of a reset, you know what I mean? Like let people see a different side maybe of Chris, but it's like no matter what you said, how you de-escalated it, tried to, it just wasn't working.
Solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm
to be
not
honest with
saying
you.
that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying at this point it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, and we're all tired. And I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was.
Now listen, that is something that Chris answered very quickly. He answered it unequivocally. Yes, he passed that lie detector test. Now, again, TBI, law enforcement is not going to tell us, right? But he says they passed it. Now, you can take however you feel about a lie detector test or whatever you think, if you believe in them, if you think the science is good enough. Most courts don't, but I'm just saying. But regardless, he's saying he passed, I guess, right? But also, I also wonder, will Chris take the lie detector test from Nancy Grace? Because now the results will be out for everyone like that. But again, the results has not been made. To be fair, I just want to be fair about this. The results has not been made public by at least Nancy and her team, about Seth. So there's that, right? So I think Chris should do a lie detector test, in my opinion. I think it would, with maybe Nancy Grace's channel, and then Chris and Seth, They both go on there the same time. Chris, did you pass? Seth, did you pass? Let the results fall where they may. And then it's out there. But right?
TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're
But
telling us
see,
now.
right, and you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took
Mhm.
it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay, so you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this: people in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian? You or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people.
Listen, and I even said this last night. I don't think Chris ever, I don't think him or Katie ever tore down a flyer. And I'll just be honest with you. I think things get said, it's kind of like that the telephone game, and it goes around and goes around and goes around until one of the family members hear it, and they're already emotional and they're pumped up and they're like, I can't believe you would do that. I don't think Chris or Katie ever tore down a poster, in my opinion. And I believe if there was evidence of that, I think it would have been posted in the first 10 seconds of it being out. Absolutely.
People would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay, but
Which,
again,
another thing
And
which
I
is kind
will.
of funny that you bring this up because some people,
Perhaps.
and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation.
Candace says, narcissist doesn't like criticism. I mean, okay, thank you, Frozen Moments. Thank you so much, my dear. I mean, I don't think anybody likes criticism, right? It can be hard. It can be hard, but it's okay to, I think we should listen to the critics, right? I mean, we need to listen. We need to have an open ear, especially if we're hearing it over and over again. Multiple people coming, saying something, trying to be critical of you over something, and you keep getting the same message. Well, then maybe it's something you might need to work on, right? It's okay to listen. You don't have to take the advice, right? Um, Cowgirl, I will be, yeah, I want to hear Peter's. I would love to hear. I want to hear Peter's. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. But I agree with you. I think Chris was defensive, really defensive, um, extraordinarily defensive. Uh, listen, I get it. I, it's a stressful situation on top of stressful situation, but I just don't think he embellished the flying colors. I agree. I agree. I just don't think uh I think he just needs to quit listening to the noise and listen to, just keep your head down and look for your son or your stepson. Miss Mandy, ma'am, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, my dear. Welcome to the Pearl family. I don't got my pearls on today. I had them on earlier.
Have said that
Thank
there's
you,
a
my dear.
video floating around of me tearing these things down.
Hmm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever to understand. We are begging you to hang posters.
I mean, guys, listen. I was in Tennessee. When was I? Last week when I was at a conference that for my job. Uh, and it was a huge conference, and there was people from all over. And like later that afternoon, we went out to eat and stuff. And later on the next day, I went the next day and I put flyers like on cars, right? And I just handed flyers out of, Sebastian to everyone. And there, so many people don't know about who Sebastian is, who even Summer Wells is in the area. So there is a lot of people. I was in Sevierville, right? And it's extremely crowded there. There is people from everywhere, everywhere there. There's a lot of people. We handed out
Talk to
over 1,000
whomever,
flyers.
spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately and
Right.
you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, "Hey, I think I've seen this kid." Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think we're not
for the record,
passing
right?
tips
So
to law
for the
enforcement.
record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't. And I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could. But unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't expect to get a call back.
Yeah. I mean, occasionally, if you do talk to TBI or whatever, they're extremely professional. I got to give TBI that they're very, very professional. They're very nice when you call. Hey, Maurice, Mary T, good to see you. But don't necessarily expect a call back, right? If they need more information, you left them your number, all of that, they will call you back if they need if they need any more information. uh but there's no need to like call them over and over again.
From law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single call
I wondered that myself, Leslie. Why did he not call 911? He called his friend, the sheriff. I don't know if he called his friend the sheriff or whatever, but I know that according to him, he called the non emergency number, which same thing that happened in the Summer Wells case, two different cases. I want to make that clear. But, these people are calling the non emergency numbers. Why? Now, Chris says it's because he was going to be transferred 7411 times, right? I, and like I was saying, I don't know, a week or so ago, whenever you call 911 or any emergency like that, they're going to say, okay, what's your location? And Chris is going to say, ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm 3.5 hours away. My wife called me. There's an emergency in Hendersonville. Okay, well, I need to speak with her, sir. That's what they're going to say. I need to speak where the emergency is happening. Right? And Chris is probably going to say, well, um, you know, I'm doing this for my wife. She's a mess right now or whatever. I mean, you know, this isn't this isn't a prom pictures, right? This is you're calling 911. People are a wreck when they're calling 911. They're at their worst usually when they're calling 911. It's not a joyous occasion. So, regardless if she's squalling, crying, screaming, cussing, whatever, it is up to her to call 911. It just is. She's the mother. She's the last person that saw Sebastian that we are aware of. They lived in the same home.
Call back when they're looking for missing children, not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes,
so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law
Sorry, I
enforcement,
was muted.
or do you feel like
I was muted again. Sorry. But that's exactly what, mute counter 2. That's exactly what Trish was just saying right there is, you got to speak with the last person who saw Sebastian. I mean, did anybody even hear a whimper out of Katie last night? Where is Katie? Why won't she speak? This is your son, Katie. This is your son. I don't get it.
you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably
Yeah.
in the
Sure.
state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything?
I don't know. I mean, was Summers? I mean, I wonder if Summers' search was bigger or was Sebastian's. I don't know. It was, I think probably Summers was bigger. I don't know.
Thing they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to remember one thing.
I mean, honestly, someone just wrote Chris needs a therapist. I think everyone needs a therapist. Honestly, like, get a therapist. Like, Chris, there's no shame in it. Get a therapist. It'll help you. It really, really will. Let me see. What is this? Yeah. I'm trying to find something. Bear with me, guys. Hold on, I'll find it 1 second.
They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of
You
course.
have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you, it hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't nothing. There was.
Stop it. Get some help. Stop it. Get some help.
Crap, sorry, I was muted again. You remember the old commercials like in the 80s, or whatever? Johnny's got like a baseball glove and he's throwing it up in the air and he looks sad and he's like, whatever. And someone walks down and he's like, Johnny, what's wrong with you? I don't know. I've just kind of been feeling a little down lately, Billy. And it's like, stop it. Get some help. Remember those? I miss those days. Those were good days. They were good days. Johnny got help. He feels better than ever.
More of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, yeah, because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person.
Mm-hmm.
I would love for them
Right.
to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
understand. I want to read you a comment, and
Yes,
I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public
Yes.
Bingo. There you
will
go.
do what
Yeah.
they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth? Katie.
Katie.
Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal
Right.
thing. And also,
When she was young.
yes.
Okay, so
Well,
let me.
let me finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they
by
did.
the public for a very long time.
And there are people out there that still aren't, believe Brandy and Tyler are involved, even though they've named 4 suspects, 2 are in jail on unrelated charges, and Brandy and Tyler had nothing, zero, zilch, nada, in my opinion, to do with Michael's. They found what they believe Michael's remains to be in down the street, right? And he was moved. That there's people that still believe, oh no, something's up. No, right? But you didn't see Brandy and Tyler coming up here acting buffoonery, right? You just did not see that. And the only 2 that I've ever seen that's acted like this is really Dawn, Candace, Chris, Katie, Letitia. She was a lot like that, right? You guys are going to apologize to me whenever they prove my innocence, all of that.
And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
All right, Miss Mandy Ma'am, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I need to give Miss Mandy Ma'am, Sandra, Frozen, and Vet Girl a big thank you so much for your support. It means so much. Truly. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your support. Absolutely. Thank you. What did our friends say here? Oh, you had became a new member. Welcome to the family. You're now a pearl, my friend. Thank you, my loves.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have
also want to thank Roxanne. Thank you so much, Roxanne.
so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back
get the
to
public
what's
on
being
your
asked.
side. Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
This is not.
What we're
This is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is. But if we're
team
not,
this, that, I'm Team Sebastian. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys. Let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacy? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. we don't
Yeah.
have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't
Yeah, Trish, I mean, Web Sleuth, they're the real deal.
help
So,
to
so can I
Forever,
ask
ever.
you a question
Make sure
on
you
your
go to their make sure you go to Web Sleuth's website as well. I've got it linked down in the description. Their regular website and their channel. Make sure you stop by her channel and subscribe and view their content. But it's got so much stuff on Web Sleuths, like just information about any case you want to know. It's amazing.
your show.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money
We
off
don't make money. We're
We
not
make zero
monetized.
money.
There was like 4,000
not
or
And we
something.
don't
Not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
Crazy.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web Sleuth
that,
So
that's
the
why
reason why I
completely
asked
free.
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
well,
and the website is as well.
No
right.
advertising.
So the
on our
reason why
website,
I'm asking that question, okay,
nothing.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money,
Clickers.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I
But
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
and
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand.
Thank you, September. Appreciate you, my dear. She says, sorry. I see Chris, true color shining through everything he is accusing others of false believing of him. He is actually doing. The truth doesn't mind being questioned. A lie does. That's interesting. That's the last part is very interesting what you said. The truth doesn't mind being questioned, a lie does. Wow. That's very interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Don Grandma 3, my dear. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Well, Chris, I purchased 1,000 flyers the other day from what I made. So, I didn't ask anybody's help for
Understand what
that.
you're saying, but again, it's just like with Nancy Grace or with news media. They report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media, and I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much
disgusting.
so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier,
Certainly does,
everybody
Justice
that's
Jane.
involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can
Yep.
about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
Right. If we can keep parties involved in
course
this
it is.
investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay,
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly and this would completely change narrative.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward this a little bit. I want to get to where we're talking about the
There it is.
CPS. I think it's right up here.
We had something to go off of,
So,
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and
Mhm.
so
Right here.
just
Here it starts.
no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your
Listen to
gut,
this.
spit it out.
This is going to get me fired up.
Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Yes.
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air.
Okay.
That
All right. So let's
is
talk.
what I think, because that
Let's talk about that. Everyone has, their first thought on what may or may not have happened. It's natural for your brain to do that, right? And she was just wanting to know what's your knee-jerk
that
reaction.
is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one. And
Okay.
if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I
Right, but
checked, there's
are
not
you
one shred of
confirming that you know
evidence.
he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch,
Impossible.
he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or
No, I'm
somebody's
not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No, I'm
say
not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any door?
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear,
Here we go.
there's a back door.
Okay.
Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
So now, for those of you that have a keypad, any of your doors, you can set it to where as soon as the door shuts again, it relocks itself. That's what mine does. And if you want to go back in the door, you have to enter your keypad. Or you can set it to where you don't need to use the keypad. You can just turn the knob and go in just like a normal door that's unlocked. But you have to do that from the inside. Now, he's saying that all the other locks in the house have a key, but the front door doesn't.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did,
had
did Katie do that?
Do
And he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
Listen.
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
What would he have been scared of? What would he have been scared of? Now, what he says up here is one, in my opinion, one of the most concerning, and for me, myself personally, is one of the most suspicious things for me that would potentially lead to
Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on And Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray? I just sent it to your Facebook. So he'll be jumping on here shortly. Stacy, can you keep an eye out because I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for. And I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say?
That's very good. I am certainly glad that is one thing that, you know, I'm assuming that is true. I'm sure Seth and Chris, have both saw, I guess, the clothes that Sebastian was in whenever he was at the restaurant. That's a wonderful thing that we know that he probably made it home, right? Because a lot of people's like, well, he may have not even made it to home. In my opinion, he most likely made it home because he had to change somewhere, right? He had to change somewhere. Where would he have changed? He would have changed at, in my opinion, most likely home. And it means he changed.
Say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
This is concerning, in my opinion.
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be. Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. Had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
So, Chris,
Excuse me.
I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after.
Now, this is what I don't get personally. I don't understand why they don't know exactly which shirt he was wearing. He said, well, it could be one of three because he had lots of different, where he had three different types of, I guess, figurines or whatever he liked on his shirts. But he changed that evening, right? Katie, I'm sure, seen him at some point that evening, right? Some point that evening. You don't remember what he was exactly wearing? That's concerning to me.
He grew out of them, but is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one
No.
of three depictions on a shirt.
No, he's not saying it's one of three I want to make that very clear. He's not saying that it's one of three different shirts. He liked different characters, right? And so he had several shirts, but they had different depictions on them, right? Different characters, or, like, for instance, Marvel or whatever. So different styles, right? But he doesn't remember, or Katie doesn't remember which one it could have been. I mean, I'm sure she probably handed him his shirt and his pants when he changed, don't you think? Do you think he would have just went to the closet or the dryer, the dresser, and got him himself? I don't know. But
Sure.
Okay,
she
so
should have seen him at some point.
that's
So
three
there's
different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's three different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had three different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween
No,
on it.
ma'am.
One
No,
had
ma'am. What
Minecraft
I'm
on it.
telling
One
you,
had Star
no,
Wars.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of three depictions. I didn't say he had three. I didn't say anything. I just said one.
okay.
Right,
Can
I'm just
for a
confused
second?
by how have you not been able to identify which of those three depictions is missing?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on your
No,
shirt?
but if I had
Okay,
to
then.
choose between
Right, but wait a
three of
minute, wait a minute.
them, if I
But
had
hold
to
on a
choose
minute.
between three of them, I could.
You're saying three of them, but I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed three things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could
Very defensive.
possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here?
I mean, everyone on panel, Trish, they're all just trying to reason with this man. And he's so rude. You know, he still has all this energy to, you know, argue with people. And when they're just trying to ask them a question about his missing stepson, that's what I don't get. September Rain, thank you so much. Another 3 with shirt comment to add to the count of many of the other 3s, as I have mentioned before. Yes, there's a lot of 3s in this, isn't there? I mean, hmm.
Okay, so are you saying that all three of those
Oh, it
shirts
gets
are not
worse.
accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time. You broke up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those three things, or are you saying there are three different shirts with those depictions and all three of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had three shirts with three different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt, is what
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so okay.
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the three things. Those are his three favorite things.
Got it.
Okay, so
Halloween,
what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just three of those shirts.
No pickle toast, Grandma, because he had a different shirt or pant. Oh, hold on. That's a good question. Did he just change his pants when he got home, or did he change his shirt and his pants? Does anyone know that? Because I was thinking he just changed his top or his pant when he got home. The optimism shirt, that was like the day before, I think. He had on a lighter shirt and jeans. Hey, Elf, good to see you, love. Was he in his PJs? Uh, he had to change from the time he left the steakhouse until the time he got, when he got to his house. He had to have changed clothes because, and that's not because we think, because we know, like as he said earlier, that the clothes that we asked if they were accounted for, the clothes that we saw at the steakhouse, or not we saw, rather Seth saw at the steakhouse on camera, they are accounted for, which means he had to have changed at the house. You get what I mean?
Shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
telling you any more shirts.
I
I'm not
agree.
telling. So
No, I'm not
I know
trying
what
to
you're
do.
asking.
I'm just trying to
I,
understand.
I
I
know.
understand that, but you're asking me if he had three different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it,
No,
and
I
I'm
think I
telling you,
understand.
Well, but he went to bed so surely in PJs. I mean, he was wearing like some jogger pants supposedly and a shirt. I mean, not everyone wears PJs, especially guys, right? Especially guys. Most guys sleep in like, some guys sleep with pajamas, but some guys just sleep in their boxers or whatever, right? So green t-shirt and jeans is what Seth said he's seen. Right. So he had to have changed if those were accounted for. Chris said that they were accounted for. The PI was asking they were accounted for. So I'm assuming that they were accounted for, which means he had to have had those Adidas style pants on. Why is all this a secret, Cake? I know, right? Thank you, my love. Is it Rian? Am I saying it correctly? Rian the Diva? Thank you, my love. Appreciate you. If you received a membership, please thank our sweet Rian here. Very sweet of her. Give her a round of applause. Oh, yeah. She gets the membership. There we go. Thank you so much, my dear. Spirit Seeker, that's exactly what I said earlier. Public Chris, can you imagine the private Chris? It's what I said earlier when I started this live stream. We have, right, the public, the private, and the secret self. And this was him in front of literally God and everyone, right? Acting like this. It's just like, wow. Wow. Okay. Right up here. This
Understand
is
what you're explaining.
crazy.
Like, so Sebastian
It's
had multiple
crazy,
shirts
y'all.
that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So
But after 2 months, you would think that they would know which shirt. You know what I mean? Like,
so,
can't
so here,
identify.
let's just make this very simple.
Okay.
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and
Yes.
people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you, Gray's, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I
agree.
started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet.
Shot. Jeez.
I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And
Right.
I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and you know, the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, giving the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone. We've messaged back and forth, but you know, we talked for like an hour one time, and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken. You know, the flashlights. You know, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and all, and I kept sending him the map, and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia.
Causes problems. I haven't
Well, for the
heard.
record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay. So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never
say
expect
you.
you to come on.
But I
I'm
think
not saying you.
I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking the people
I
out.
can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after.
I think, I mean, she's trying to keep him up there and trying to de-escalate it. Gray's like, look, everyone's talking crap about him right there. I mean, just look. Trish is like, shut up. I don't blame her. She's like,
that are really suspicious and like,
yeah,
oh,
Gray, just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you
you
had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question, was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident? Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt.
No, I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego. I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with. I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows, and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single.
Well, let
said.
me tell you what happened. I can explain now. Let me tell you, Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of
now listen,
just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset.
Now listen to this, because I'm going to play where he said it on Nancy Grace's. So just wait. I want you to listen. Yeah, I'm so tired. Fluffy, I'm so tired. I'm trying.
It got people.
But listen, like, I'm going to rewind here.
Upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind,
let me just fast forward this just a shitty tad. And then I'm going to play what he said on Nancy Grace's. Now, Um, I've got some things.
I know you're
trying to
not, Gray.
I'm
I
just
know.
trying to say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling, and I know out there they go, "Oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego." I listen. I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's
People, Sebastian got a spanking.
Hold on.
Okay, so let me finish.
said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every.
Oh,
I
come
I
on.
can explain. Let me tell
Here
you,
we go.
Chris, when you went on and talked
Nobody should ever be hitting a child that is disabled mentally, physically, emotionally. That is just
about
wrong.
hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you. That got people upset. It got
Well,
people.
and that, but right, let's clear that real quick. That
Okay.
needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I'm going to show
I heard
you.
you
Because
say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No,
God,
you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
he's so rude.
Now,
He is so rude to her. Like she's just having a conversation.
when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my
Okay.
mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's
Okay.
not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So
You
the
have
question about
autism,
the
Gray?
CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to play something really quick.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't.
That
Okay,
pissed me off.
Sebastian.
That pisses me off when he mocks. That pisses me off when he mocks him.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the
And it's spinning. Sorry, this is the most important part. Come on, play. Mother chicken. Oh my God. Look at the smirk after the statement. Yeah. Hold on, let me refresh this. Here we go.
We're lying about doing
Was
what?
that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico.
He's just terrible. Terrible.
To school one day.
Now listen to this.
He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble.
You said it was because Sebastian lied. You said it was because Sebastian lied. Okay, that's point number 1. Okay, now point number 2 is something that makes me crazy right here.
So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That.
Boom. Right there. Right there. He just said it. He just said it. Right there. Right there. Let's replay that.
Well, instead of asking more clarification,
let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So,
Listen
as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yet,
what did I say? What did I tell y'all? And now listen, let me tell you something. Whenever, because I've done foster care for almost 11 years now. Okay. Whenever that happens, while they are investigating, you go through an investigation phase when a CPS agent comes to their house and they deem probable cause, that something, well, not probable cause. I take that back. Not probable cause. They're just investigating that something may or may not be going on. But while that is going on, 2 things will happen. two things. One, they will remove the child. Two, if it is being, if the person, if there's one person in the house that is being accused of negligence, wrongdoing, whatever, while the investigation, which is about usually 30 days, is going place, 30 to 60 days in some cases, while they are investigating, that person has to move out. Has to move out. Okay? And that is why, in my opinion, something was going on. Something was going on. They said it, and not only he said it from his own lips. Remember, at the end of January, the CPS agent was there, like at the very end of January. By the 1st of February, Chris is gone. Said, nope, haven't seen Sebastian since then. Not one time. What? And I think it's very similar in Summerwell's cases myself as well. Mindy Fisher, thank you so much. C is rude AF. C needs to sit his down, and K needs to stop hiding being Chris's behind Chris. Gotcha. Chris talking to Katie. Chris talking to Katie and hadn't been home since early February. Tell the truth. That's exactly, Mindy. That's exactly what I'm saying. Precisely what I am saying. He's saying he has not been home since the beginning of February. He left, hadn't seen Sebastian at all. What if he came back? What if, what did I tell you guys? What if, and again, I don't want, I'm not saying I am accusing anybody, because I am not a judge, I'm not a jury, I am just a YouTuber. And these are opinions, hypotheses, and theories. But this is what I'm saying. Again, not accusing anyone. But what if in this theory, let's say Jimmy wasn't supposed to be there because he had a CPS investigation, but little Billy didn't want him there, but Jimmy came to the house anyways, and little Billy said, oh, no, 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 you're not supposed to be here. Not supposed to be here. I'm gonna call on you. Whap, as Jimmy would say. How about that? Very possible, isn't it? In my opinion, at least. It's possible Sebastian didn't say anything. The teacher could have noticed. Perhaps, we just don't know, and we're probably never going to know, but perhaps anything is possible, Ginger, for sure. They are mandatory reporters, and if they see something, or the child tells them something that is really bad, then they have to the call. Let's not forget, this was at the time he had court for custody of Faith. Yes, Amy, exactly. What could this mess up his fight for court? it absolutely could. Having a CPS, being there at your house already. Right. Yeah, technically everyone is a mandated reporter in the world, in the United States at least.
Yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happens, he thought it was a joke.
And
When the CPS,
this seems to trigger him. This seems to really trigger him, in my opinion. Trying to tell Justin this is the second time CPS was involved in Tennessee. Yep. Yes. And he's saying Sebastian thought it was a joke.
this lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the...
Listen to that. She's asking, can I ask you what is he accusing? He screams at Trisha. What does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? You're the one telling us the freaking story. Could you tell us what he thought was funny? Boy, he gets triggered, and then he gets, in my opinion, rageful. He's so selective about the information he shares. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? No, they will never. No, they won't do that. And they're not going to certainly go there and say, listen, false reporting can get you in. They're not going to say that to a kid. They're not going to say that to a kid. They're starting to say that to people who are false reporting, just calling, just to be calling. But they're not going to say that to a kid. Let me be crystal clear.
The disappearance of Sebastian.
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last. That was the last.
Hold on.
Well,
he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happens. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
a difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Exactly.
Okay.
Tea in China.
I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that is my,
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
So
but
by definition,
oh, that's weird.
that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
and there will be people, I can get people
Okay.
from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right.
That's true. That's very true what she just said. So one time, belt for not wearing. So one time he got a belt for not wearing a belt. Second time he got a belt for not telling the truth. This was something different. When does a teacher report and CPS act on a story? Usually has to be interview and evidence. Correct. Correct. This is my thing. For in the several years Sebastian and Chris have lived together, I bet you, in my opinion, that Sebastian has messed up, got in trouble more than just forgetting a belt. He got whooped, Chris said, on Smiley's. I think I have it pulled up here. Because he wasn't wearing a belt. Don Grandma 3, thank you so much. I think I missed that earlier. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate you. Now, if he got whipped for forgetting a stupid belt, can you imagine when he actually did something wrong? Think about that. He forgot a stupid belt. That's all. And you're hitting him for forgetting a stupid belt? Now listen to this.
Sorry, but I just
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called
Credit goes
on
to
you
Smiley.
before?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's
I've had
hard.
it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
Mhm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And and that, did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. And in
Okay.
fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got.
There you go. Said, "Where's your belt?" Ain't got it. Whap. Where's your belt? Ain't got it. Whap. For not having a stupid belt.
I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters, so the teacher reports it.
Mhm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house.
So he's being punished. Yes. Yep. No belt, so he got the belt. Yes. and he's being punished. His words, that's not my words, that's his words.
And the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before.
Hold on.
Sorry, but I just
Well,
not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again.
It's her again. Again. Her again. And he got 3 stories mixed up.
She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes,
Don't say anything. I'm going to tell you what happened.
boom. She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." So
I think that's an interesting statement. This is how it's been. What's been? And how's it been? This is how it's been in this house, in my opinion.
Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Making it sound like I was so horrible. Let me find that right there.
And I said, "Okay." She goes, boom. She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Making it sound like I was so horrible.
Yes, ma'am. And
okay.
in fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide.
A child who has special needs and stuff.
I've had CPS called on me in 2 states,
hmm
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. And in
Okay.
fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes.
There we go. All right. Now, let's listen to this one, what he says right here. Again.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot.
one-
To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie.
That was that several years ago? What do y'all think?
Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying, and I had asked.
He got caught lying. He got caught lying. Okay. He said, "Where's your belt?" He said, "I ain't got it." Is that lying? That's Chris's words. Chris asked, "Where's your belt?" Sebastian said, "I ain't got it." Whack. telling on me. Yes. Yes. All right, listen to this.
Asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's.
Oh, he don't remember in front of Nancy Grace. He doesn't remember in front of Nancy Grace, y'all. Isn't that interesting? Interesting. He does not remember in front of Nancy Grace. Well, you just told us in 2 other interviews. Huh. It is, isn't it? Right. Yeah.
Majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
That's right. Someone said it. In my opinion, I agree with that comment. I agree with that comment in my opinion as well. He is saying Sebastian is lying, but what's going on here?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Look how he says, okay, Sebastian, like he knows it all. Watch this.
Okay, Sebastian. He'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being honest about it, he'll lie like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
That is just the most. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea what happened to Sebastian. Have not a clue. Don't know. But even if he did walk out on his own, he was running from this right here. He forgot a stupid belt. He forgot a stupid belt. That's it.
Something that I believe we're privy to. Something that I believe we're privy to. Something that I believe we're privy to.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
even a fly, and he's like, oh!
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
even a fly, and he's like, oh!
All right. Thank you so much, Spirit Seeker. Public. Chris, can you even imagine profit? Yes, I think I read that one. I'm sorry, my dear. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ginger, it's possible. Okay, I read that one too. It didn't. Okay, sorry, I missed stuff. Let's not forget this was the time he had court. Something is wrong. Did I miss someone? Am I missing one? That's so weird. One second, y'all. I don't know. Okay. Your membership? I'm not seeing it on my end. That's so weird. Okay, let's go back to mods. Did I miss anyone? Listen to this. Now let's listen to
House
this.
and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case. Well,
Listen to
instead of
this.
Let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes,
they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. They were thank you, Spirit. There was a lot going on in this house.
I
Y'all.
laughed at it
Listen to
because
this.
when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what
No.
happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when
Well,
it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why. Because you're wondering why people are coming at you.
Okay, I got it now. All right, love is Scorpio. Sebastian had every right to report alleged abuse happening to him at home. Seth should know if Chris was not allowed Seth should know if Chris was not allowed Sebastian since CPS was involved. Yes, but I don't think they're not speaking about that. You know what I mean? At the moment. So could be very possible. Kathy Freeman, thank you so very much, my friend. I really appreciate your super sticker. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Scorpio, for 9 months. Primrose, thank you for displaying these letters. Oh, thank you, my dear. I appreciate you, Primrose. Very sweet of you. Anna B, pardon me. Everyone 15 and upset thought the one time was several years ago. That's exactly right. Yes, he said, oh, it was years ago. It was years ago. Katie said, oh, it was years ago. It was years ago. Wasn't it in like December and January? You know what I mean? Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Kimberly, when I think you couldn't be more beautiful, Justin, you proved me wrong. Foster. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Um my mom's life was saved by foster parents. My respect and love. Oh, thank you so much, Kimberly. I now I only do very short-term foster care. What's called emergency care. I'll get a call at any time, and they may need to stay at my house for a night, 2 nights, 3 nights until they can be fit in a more permanent solution. So that's what I do now with that. So thank you so much. I appreciate all of you for that. Thank you. Let's give them big round of applause. Thank you so much for your support. guys are so grateful.
And
Yes,
it's because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes, he
So
was.
when we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in
Listen
false
to this.
report.
Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse.
Of course, but I think, in my opinion, um, it is abuse. I agree with Trisha on that. It is abuse if you're hitting a child that is mentally, physically, emotionally doesn't comprehend, understand, feels differently, right? It's just terrible. He forgot his stupid belt. Do you know how many times my 3 children forget something? Every week. Every week. Oh my God, I forgot my coat. Oh my God, I forgot my water bottle. Oh my God, I forgot uh my belt. Oh my God, I forgot this. Oh my God, I forgot that. And is it annoying? You got to turn around and go back? Yeah, but you know what? Throw some grace on there, because I forget stuff all the time. I got the memory of a goldfish. So, give some people some grace. I cannot believe Sebastian was held for just a belt. He forgot a belt. You're a sucker.
There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
So we
guess
have
what?
a difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that is my
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
so by definition,
oh, that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and
Well, let me tell you something. I don't agree with that. I think there's people out there that will intentionally hurt people and not leave marks. And they're not leaving marks, not for the other person. They're leaving marks so their ass won't go to jail. Right? Emotional abuse, right? That doesn't leave a mark at all, but it screws people up for the rest of their lives. It's beyond anything I've ever seen. That one just steals the cake. You just like messed him up, doing this to him. Why? For what? Because he forgot his stupid belt? I think I missed something here. Why does it keep going off like that? There we go. Misty, thank you again so much. Sebastian mysteriously vanished while CPS investigating Chris concerning Sebastian would negatively affect Chris's custody case with Faith. In my opinion, Chris and Katie got rid of Sebastian and made it look like Sebastian ran away. Coincidence? Question mark. Hell no. I agree with that. Of course, again, we don't know, but to me it seems a little fishy. Seems a little fishy. Ooh, I've got the wrong. I apologize. I've got the wrong banner up here. Need to put web sleuths here. Yeah, these. You just saw it with your own eyes, the different things that he's.
And that is fine. But you
The
have to
different things
back it
that
up
he
and
said.
say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you'll leave it open to interpretation for a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called, and
No,
a lot
that's not. No.
Did I miss
Nope.
it?
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fair.
important.
That's very
I need
fair.
to- hold on.
Very fair.
Listen
The
to
thing,
this.
you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily
Listen to this.
with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up and change it. Okay? So let's do that.
So we just did.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
No,
a lot
that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you
She
say?
asked.
I just played it, y'all. I just played it. Oh, I don't remember what it was about. Oh, that was years ago.
She asked the question
Just played
about
it.
a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm
Okay.
not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And
Okay, sorry, Misty. Chris is rude AF. Chris needs to sit his down, and Katie needs to stop hiding behind Chris. Chris talking for Katie, and Chris hasn't been home since early February. Katie, tell the truth. Give law enforcement the info needed to find Sebastian. That's I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think they, in my opinion, they know more. You know, law enforcement is saying nothing. Nobody knows nothing at this point, but we'll have to see. Have to see, right?
so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different?
Preston, was he working? This proves he was working. I mean, he was he was working during the time Sebastian went missing. Now, was he at work when Sebastian went missing and shortly after Sebastian went missing? Nobody has really confirmed that enough to suit me personally.
Different because of how Chris came on and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why. And Seth didn't, and I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't. And once again, that's the difference.
But how about
I
just
will.
saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to one video and show me where I haven't.
Hey, Misty, I only see 2 of them right there. The very last one and the one before that. Let me know what it says. And
I've also said
see if I
that our
can find
family
it. I don't see
prays
it.
for everybody else there, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
Yeah. I think when his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were. And yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people
Which
angry.
interview? Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories. I can
Yes,
try
yes.
to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
yeah, but
once
I mean,
again,
here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at
there you
when
go.
I was growing up, I just want to say this: when I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. There was I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But it's like,
yes.
But the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families, as long you know.
Well, listen, it's not normal to hit a child that has a mental or physical, emotional disability. You're already the person of power, being the parent, right? You are already the person of power. What do you need to? And they're already, you know, at a disability, and you hit this poor child for forgetting a dang belt. I just can't get over that, y'all. And this is what he told us. He said it was one SWAT. Hey, Maurice. Good to see you, honey. Good to see you, babe. Just unfreaking believable, man. Unfreaking believable. Chai, thank you so much, my dear, for gifting 5 memberships. You are so sweet. Thank you. If you receive those memberships, please make sure you thank our beloved Chai here. He's a very sweet soul. Thank you, Chai, my love. I really do appreciate you so much, my love. can't imagine being able. That's what I'm saying, Gina. I mean, how can that be legal for someone to hit someone that has autism or has Down syndrome or has some physical disability, right? Okay, we're going to about to bring Seth up.
If you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think this is a good question. Did Sebastian ever have nightmares? Could he have had one that scared him so badly that he took off? Has he ever had bad nightmares?
Oh, hold on. Let me just check something. All right, here we go.
Question. Very child. Explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
1 second here. Let me find
Okay,
it here.
so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt.
I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows. And
okay, so let me finish because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer. Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can
Dude
tell me
even
how
made the
that's abuse to
sound.
a child,
Wow.
explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble.
That's not what he just said in the other interview.
So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house.
Listen.
And they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained it
between the
Seth?
people that I'm sending
All right.
stuff to you and Katie.
Back. We fixed it.
Okay, so hear me out.
Drop
I
in with
told you.
This is where he really freaks out. Really
I
freaks out.
told
Let's
you,
not come
Seth,
in
but
too
we
hot,
will work
okay?
together.
All right.
I explained to you I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, if you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Seth comes back up. He comes back up and just.
Seth?
This is where he really flips the switch. Summers Army, thank you so much, my dear. Hey, Justin, honestly, thank Chris, Sebastian a lot. I don't think Chris likes Sebastian. Sebastian a lot. I don't think it's like Sebastian. Yep. I think that there was a big power switch right there. Absolutely. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you. She's saying, I told you, I told you, I told you.
Seth
Very
gone. It
sad,
looks
y'all.
like he's
Uh
gone.
oh. I think, wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
Yeah. How about I'll get off the panel. I'm sure that'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just wanted
Oh, stop it.
I just wanted to say that
Oh, he's leaving.
you know I understand what I've seen. What I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that, but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went to be with him, because she probably was scared to stay at home by herself, given these lunatics like JLR and et cetera running around chanting and screaming. It's insane.
Oh, I agree. It's horrible.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
it
just
should not be that way.
That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I appreciate communicating with him. We've had nothing but good conversations, and that's it. I mean, that's all I can do. And I've never seen anything that made me go, God, ooh, that's it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I watched the same things you guys have. But anyways, yeah, see you later, guys out there.
Okay. See ya.
Take care, Gray.
Bye, Gray.
Does anybody know where Seth went?
I'm working on it.
Okay, thanks.
I do know. I think up in his area, he doesn't have like the greatest signal, because a lot of times when we talk, his
You know what?
phone, he will drop.
Do you want to ask him if he wants to call me rather than go on the internet? Just call me on the phone and I can.
So, as
Here
you
we
know,
go.
if anybody has followed
He
Mr.
flipped
Gray's,
a switch.
what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been
Okay.
involved in this search.
Mhm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does
It's
state
cold.
that the dog hints toward a scent and he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Of course we
Okay.
see.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail,
Oh,
same
thank you,
path.
Merge.
The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect.
Yeah, there should be no hitting a child with an instrument. Yeah. Yeah, that does nothing.
And accurate, because
Sure.
honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Getting those
Now,
statistics out, aren't you, Chris?
8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the
Mhm.
neighborhood. So yeah.
I cannot believe.
So they've been there and yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond.
No.
Dogs are tracking, and cadaver dogs are way more than 25%.
Oh, I
No.
didn't say all that. I just
way
told
more.
you. I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going
my-
to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some.
Oh shit. Sorry, I just exited out of it. 1 second. Let me fix this. He has so much anger in his voice, constantly talks in sarcasm, constantly. It's like, dude, chill out. Hold on, guys. I apologize. I was trying to fix something and I exited out of it. I'm trying to get it to where I don't have. Okay, there we go. Oh, my God, guys. If you have not seen this yet, he flips a switch.
To be crystal clear.
Crystal.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the
How tall is Chris?
The cave, they said, had
Anyone
collapsed
know?
about 10 feet in. I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the
Exactly.
gospel,
Mhm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed.
I mean, is he short like me, like 5'8", 5'9", or is he Dolly short? 1 second.
We don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and I don't mean to sound insulting.
So I'm 5'8" or 5'9", which is technically average. I think I'm short. But so Chris is probably about the same. He's little man syndrome like me. Little Napoleon syndrome. He says he's 5'9". So I was reading a statistic the other day. Most women want a guy that's at least 6 foot. And only like 15% of the world of men is only 6 foot or higher. Like 95% women, like 80% or something like that, want a man 6 foot or taller. And I don't blame you, but only 15% of the men are 6 foot or taller in the world. I thought that was interesting.
But people are asking,
Statistic.
Are you searching? Are you putting
Short
up
of you.
flyers?
Brown,
That's
yeah.
what they're
Yes, we
asking.
are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
I thought that was me for a second.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with
Maybe
a bunch
5'5".
of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats.
And let me tell you something. I have my opinion on, it's only an opinion. But nobody should be getting D threats, right? Nobody should. That's completely wrong. That's completely wrong. September, thank you, my dear. Cadaver dogs are 95% accurate, can sniff up to the smallest trace of blood up to 30 feet away and decomp in water. Oh, absolutely. They can even smell through cement many times. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible, especially if it's new or something. Justin, you missed my last super chat before this one. First sentence was Sebastian mysteriously van. Oh no, baby, I read that one. Yeah, I read that one. It was he I played music for that one. But I'll read it again for you. I'll read it again. Just give me 1 second. That's why I was confused.
And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone, I have Seth on my phone, on my JVL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris,
Batten down the hatches
the
because it's coming
communication needs
down.
to be a little bit more prompt.
Here we go. It's gonna get worse as it continues. Worse.
If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come
Okay, this is the one, Misty. Yeah, Sebastian mysteriously vanished while CPS investigating Chris concerning Sebastian would negatively affect Chris's custody case with Faith rather. In my opinion, Chris and Katie got rid of Sebastian and made it look like Sebastian ran away. Coincidence? Hell no. I think it could be something very similar like that. Do you have his number, Seth? Do I have Seth's number? Yeah, I do. I do. Thank you for that, Misty. Thank you so much, my dear.
to my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people. I don't care. I'm going to do
Chris is 5 foot. Chris can't be 5'2". He can't. He's not 5'2". I mean, if he's 5'2", I would be angry. I'd be angry too.
exactly what I have always been
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
doing.
I
You
apologize.
send that
Chris.
to me,
Okay,
they're
well,
going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm
law
going to interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let
Okay.
law enforcement go that route,
The
and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement comes,
speak for us doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
see,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay, Chris.
But
you're
yeah, you
correct.
haven't
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did you
can
speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
Listen,
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him.
here in just a minute, he's going to start calling people names.
After we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement, we'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her
Why is this all about Chris? Well, because he's the only one talking. He's the really the only subject right now.
having conversations.
He doesn't he's the one screaming, he's the one talking. He's the one yelling, he's the one calling people names, and pretty much that's why, in my opinion. Hey Wist, how are you, babe? Hey Lily.
Conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Now, now listen, that's this Susan at 4803, quote, this one on me, end quote. So that means there's CPS on him and Katie. So that would be at Chris's, sorry, not Chris's. That would be also at Seth's, because if CPS is called in there as joint custody, they're going to both houses. They will go to both homes. So that's going to be at Seth's as well. They're going to check his home out as well.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
okay.
No,
So
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. You know, we've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood, because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is, even on video,
why, again, very similar to the Summer Wells case, why is the mother not out there? Why won't she answer questions? Why won't she clarify things? In fact, it would be so much better looking optics for Katie to be the one answering the question, because number one, Katie's not going to yell. Katie's not going to yell. She's going to answer the questions, and she is the last one to see Sebastian. She was in the home. She can tell us more than this. HIPAA. HIPAA. Oh, man.
Snacks, because, you know, he's 15 and snacks.
Here we go.
Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that.
How does he know?
As far as we all know,
she may, right? How does he know? And people will say, well, she may have told him. She probably told him. But there is nobody that can explain it like she can. And there's nobody who she should want to explain it other than her. There is nobody that she should want to tell the story other than her. She was the last one that saw him. Tell us about that evening after you got home from 6:39 to 6 a.m., right? Well, actually, technically midnight. In my opinion, it's probably 9 o'clock. Something happened
I
around
just had a great day.
or before 9 o'clock.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious, and like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that
Katie, for
has,
the
I mean,
record,
I think that has
look,
been.
He had a colossal snack because he's 15. Snack. Katie's voice changes so much. I don't.
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
My dear,
but right, hold on a second. But for the record,
I don't get it.
Katie can speak when she so chooses,
Yep.
and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
No, Pammy. I don't.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Listen to this.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
This pisses
Chris,
him
do you
off.
want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay.
Exactly.
So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online, right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever.
There was a lot of stuff that day. They were very busy that weekend doing a lot of different things. And it does sound like a good day, hanging out with, family, friend, or whoever, going to the stores, going to have a nice dinner, going bowling.
Is that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, it just
Doesn't really want to answer.
I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Here we go.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth
school.
was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay. Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the
Why does it seem like the step parent that's in the middle is controlling everything, in my opinion? We have Katie over here, who is Sebastian's bio mother. We have Seth over here, who is Sebastian's bio father. And we have Chris here in the middle, who is controlling everything. Why is that? Katie and him should be speaking, but he won't speak. Katie won't speak to him.
conversation that him and Sebastian had, that I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to here's the thing.
I agree, Spirit.
If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility?
That's
sure.
Amazing
We'll
comment.
put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's why I asked about.
Yeah, we don't know that. We have no idea. Was it something that was going on in the house that made him run away? Right? He's like, and Trish said it brilliantly right there very quickly. Well, we don't know that. Unless
About his
someone
day
does know
because
that.
I
Let's
didn't
go back to
know.
the day. Okay, go
I
ahead,
didn't
Miguel.
know. Okay, so Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different.
He's gonna flip here.
I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
And someone wrote this. Let me find it. Rocky. Some stepfathers are better than biofathers. They absolutely are. Some stepfathers step up to the plate and take care of other men's children, as same goes with stepmoms, right? And that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Michelle, thank you so much. He says crystal clear like Ruby, and Judy say truth and distortion. You are so right, Michelle. You
Chris?
are so right.
So, all right. So one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the statement.
Is this a normal day for them on a weekend?
For
them to do
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not saying any of that is
you gotta,
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
Correct.
No, he was
Okay.
not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table. Period.
He
That's the
says
same
everything is on the table, but once you ask him something, or he's like, no, that's not it.
statement law enforcement has
How did you
made.
know?
That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and
possibility
day
that
out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Batten down the
Do you
hatches.
not want to say that? But, well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom
He hits the
and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone
take him
and
somewhere
you
to
call.
lead a boot camp or anything like that? And Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it.
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real
And I'm
simple,
just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room
No, I
with
haven't.
all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen.
Hold up. Why were y'all sitting with the district attorney? Why were you sitting with the district attorney? Yes. Right? Boy, that's interesting. I mean, the district attorney just doesn't. Well, to be sitting with the district attorney, there would have to be a crime, a criminal investigation that TBI says there's no criminal investigation. Boy, that's interesting. That is very interesting. Listen to that.
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's
Wow.
got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you.
She's the person, I'm just saying the district attorneys that she, I don't know, but is the one that is going to do the,
just
charges, if there's any charges.
Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, the statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I,
what
and
I
I don't
want
think
to
he
do is
said
I
it
want
was
to walk
true. I
through.
think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
The
Okay.
way he talks
The
to
fact
other
is,
people,
Chris, is
their
I'm trying to
opinions.
squash the rumor. We're both here squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
You weren't there. You don't know where they
Chris,
were.
can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you
to
should,
do
Seth. You
is
should. Because what you're doing is bullshit and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worshams and him getting
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
It's
this.
not just an online rumor because
Listen.
people have driven up to me and personally spoken
yeah.
about this.
Okay,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little
Oh my God, get June and Carter and Johnny Cash and June Carter. Well, who the hell is he talking about?
fucking powwow.
Hold on, I gotta rewind that so you can hear it all.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but
To squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Worshams and him getting in.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to
it's
this.
not just an online rumor because
I was
people
thinking
have driven
that
up
was
to me
the-
and personally spoken
yeah.
about this.
Okay,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, can I make the
Galen.
statement?
I wish
This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone.
That's
Hell,
fine.
I'll do you one better, and
Right.
I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little
You hear
fucking
that?
powwow.
Do you hear him clapping his hands? I will get Bobby and Carter. He's always hitting stuff, isn't he? I will get Bobby and Carter. Did you hear that? 250-36. Watch this. 250-36. Listen to those hands.
Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
the situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
I
So
agree.
explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I
Yeah.
said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel
So
things
this is a
because in
rumor.
turn, dispelling these things will
You're
take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That
You
was
hear-
uncalled for. I
I want to give Web Sleuth a round of applause for that, for standing up. For standing up for that. We can't control the name calling.
And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit that's in. So
Well, how about chill out? You've been like a hot wire since the whole time you've
can
been
set
up.
this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is
There is nobody that should be more pissed off than Seth and Katie for that matter. Chris was
not
the
going
one
to
stealing the
improve
thunder.
unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what
I'm
I
not
am.
saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
But
I'm trying
as
to
a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should
I
have
did
went.
say that actually several times,
You
and
did.
you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
The way that he talks to the host, to the women up there,
I just got to say one thing.
it's despicable.
You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
That's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these.
Chris is right. He's right. He's just keeping the tensions just skyrocketing.
Comments,
opinion.
I hope, because I've been removing some too, and we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay, so we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on.
I mean, there was well over
here for
3,000
many
people
hours,
there
and I
last night.
so appreciate this. I really, really do.
It's like
So,
3,300.
yes, you can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so me and him can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Chris, listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them
Right.
like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap, which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My
I'll
retort is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly because right here we get in.
Well, the problem is you ask Chris a question and it's either I'm not going to tell you, fine, whatever, or it's something he's going to bite your head off.
Rumors, so people know. When I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die?
Listen to this.
You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for
I'm not
later.
here to swing mud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again,
that I wasn't
you
gonna
can't
let
talk
you
to a
go
fucking
there.
log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth,
Okay.
let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors.
Misty, it really breaks my heart when I think how Chris speaks to Sebastian. No one can make me believe Chris, only him one time with the belt. Heartbreak Sebastian. I agree, my dear. I don't, in my opinion, it wasn't just one time either. Because he had, I mean, kids get in, kids, they mess up just like everyone messes up. But I'm sure Sebastian has messed up worse than forgetting a belt, right? So imagine what he might have got had he messed up.
Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what.
Thank you, Britt. I was and still am dumbfounded. CP is unhinged. Yes. I am just gobsmacked.
How ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened.
Do y'all think that Chris has ever disrespected Sebastian by mocking him, by talking down talking him? Because I think that's very disrespectful, because he is missing and he is a disabled child. It's like, you're not going to do this with my family. Y'all all are family.
Opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show
Now,
me videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And Chris, this is a good one. I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, "You will find your son at church"?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
What he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
so. In other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying, Chris?
Yes, that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you
you.
go to a church and you'll find
Chris?
it. Who's
Hold
coming up
on,
with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris. Finish. I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, you know, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood. Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's better ways to.
Oh, that's interesting. Clutch them pearls. Chris said Sebastian was not wearing a hoodie, however, took the garbage out, was wearing a hoodie. Now, to be fair, I do want to say this. He could have put a hoodie on just because he was taking the trash out, right? But could be also someone trying to hide themselves. So.
I've said it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For
semantics.
you to think
Let's
that I
not-
don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the next
fine,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right.
God, he's
Thank
so rude.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
I don't know if the hoodie was up.
We know he was
Oh,
seen
no.
on camera taking out the garbage at some point.
Correct.
We know that there is a possibility that
No, they're saying that was Sebastian taking out
the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian.
Now listen, it has nothing to do with dark, Chris. When it kicks on the camera, it's because of motion. It is a motion light, a motion camera, a motion sensor. It can be as dark as can be. And if there is motion, it will pick it up. These cameras see better in the dark than they do the daylight because that's when most people need cameras, is in the dark when it's nighttime. He's like, oh, well, it's really dark on that street. The camera probably didn't pick it up. Oh, okay. It's a motion. When it senses motion, it senses motion.
Actually, Sebastian, not
I'm
Seth.
sorry. What did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm so
said
sorry.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen. A possibility.
Right, Mohawk? Yes, Chris is the camera expert now. He's the camera expert. It's, it's not like his wife works for, I don't know, a camera security company, right? It's not like that. But I digress.
That Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay. There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian.
Yep.
There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay. So that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the, hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you two first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to?
Cake, thank you so much, my dear. Earlier in this video, Chloe said it was bright enough that she didn't even need a flashlight. And now Chris says it's too dark, confused. Well, the moon was at 90 or 95%. And there may not be street lights, but there is a lot of what are they called on the house? Motion detection lights on the house. Yeah, the moon was at 90%. It was almost a full moon. Floodlights. Thank you. She was talking about house lights. Well, they got a lot of floodlights around their house.
To do.
Well,
Thank you,
for
okay.
us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in.
Thank you, my love.
Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together.
Mhm.
And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, and I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Nicole, he won't come on. He said he would come on, but he won't. He won't come on. He was supposed to come on the day after he did it with Smiley. He has not done an interview with one man. Not one.
reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris?
Shazza is it Bandana or yeah, I'm just going to say Shazza Bandana. Thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you. Let me know if I said that wrong. Welcome to the family. You're now a Pearl. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all, please welcome Shazza Bandana. I like the screen name. That's cute. Thank you so much, my dear. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
What would you like to see us do? What do you think?
Chris thinks he can control all women.
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light.
Chat way back. I did.
Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many
Katie,
tips
don't wait.
that
Answer.
come in
Do an
weeks
interview.
later.
Clear stuff up.
Instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911. You call TBI. You don't call these PIs. You don't call Seth. You don't call us. You just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
I agree. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to.
Spirit, I'm sorry. When you brought him on the show, end quote, how dare you bring Sebastian's father on the show? regarding his son. What TF? Why is Chris even out there? Right? Yeah. It's terrible. A father, you know, go, pound the pavement, pound the forest, pound the YouTube streets, trying to get his names of his son out and about. Chris says call 911, but he didn't. That's exactly right, Primrose. That's exactly right. Oh my God. Listen, if he did an interview with me, he would. You think this would be bad? You think this would be bad? Oy veg. Because I'd be like, so what you're telling me is this. And what you said is, let's pull this up, sir. Cue the video. Thank you, Julie K. Welcome to the family. You're now a Pearl. Now, welcome, Julie K. Thank you so much for your support. He would scream at you, say my name, Chris, say my name. He would not like me. And you see, I've got all my questions written out, so I'm ready. I'm ready. I still have all my questions written out, every single one of them. Bring the Barry White voice. Yep. He would
They
not like me.
continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas. And things get missed. So I think it's important to like center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property. Because
I don't mind taking this question. Cats don't bark. I don't believe Seth nor Chris has ended the life of Sebastian, but you must remember Seth has physically abused Sebastian, allegedly. He was neither, that was a report. That is a report. That is not being charged or convicted, just like Chris, Sebastian, or not, sorry, Chris, Katie, and Seth are not being charged or anything right now. Also, so did Chris, yes, allegedly. And all that was is a piece of paper that was filed. And in my opinion, this is my opinion, Chris and Katie were together at that time, in my opinion. And also, in my opinion, there is, they may have had that written up or by, I don't know, an attorney or something. Friend. Let's just say a friend.
I believe he could be
Allegedly,
very,
in my opinion. Allegedly, in my opinion.
very close to home.
There you
Now, I
go.
will say this much, that everything she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. Please, everybody that's searching, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private
Warning,
property
the following
without having
content
prior
is for
permission.
mature.
Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay. He has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop.
Sorry about the
Okay.
echo.
That needs to stop right now.
So I'll be honest with you. Chris and Katie says they are searching, but they, you know, nobody has seen them at all. Nobody has seen them at all. And in my opinion, if they searching in Mississippi, right? Right, searching in Mississippi, right? Mm-hmm. In my opinion, they are so well recognized in the areas. Someone, nope, they're not taking selfies. I'm not asking them to take selfies, but I would absolutely think 1000% that someone would be taking pictures of them.
And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
This
I
is
need
sad.
people to keep the faith.
This is sad.
Need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what used to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm so
yeah.
sorry.
Just remember, he's here for me.
How many times has this man broke down? How many times? Let me tell you something. We've seen Katie cry, right? Seen Seth cry. We have not seen Chris.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing.
Nothing.
I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said.
Mm-hmm.
PBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store,
Mm-hmm.
on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might
right.
see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI,
Oh,
so that way they know that.
Sorry, I was muted for the 458th time this evening. Thank you so much, Summers Army. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Good to see you. Thank you
911
for
has
being
already
with us
been
this
called.
evening. Staying with
I
us.
have
Yeah.
found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other. And I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through. And I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth.
So
There's a lot of people
they
out there
don't communicate.
that don't know locally.
Right.
Yeah, Jesse.
They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm
Jesse, what does that have to do with the price of snacks in China? What's that have to do with the price of snacks in China?
just agreeing
It's a short
that he is saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary.
Mhm.
Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working a 16, or have even been working more than a 16, which is illegal. But we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I just need everybody to work together.
That was a
The rumors
thing I
are
was
killing
saying.
it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called PVI with your information, but you think
No, it was the soundboard.
it might be a rumor, if you
Sounds
heard
like
it
a baby.
from Joe Blow down the fucking road,
That's my trademark. Yes.
you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need. Because my life has stopped.
Oh.
Because
Seth,
my son is not here and I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get him
a
a hold?
regular life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead.
He's got to chime in. Now he's got to be a hero.
Chris.
Right.
When a
Seth,
hero comes
I know what you're doing and I
along
understand the plea, but
with the strength to
hang tight, man.
carry
You and I
on.
we need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot, did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different.
There's a balance in if you should, some people's like, don't call in the tip, right? Like, unless you absolutely know. And then some people will really self-doubt themselves and won't call it in. And that could be the tip that they need. So I say, call it in. Wait, did he stop him from crying to say, don't go down this track? He sure did. He sure did. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, we have been here 4 hours and 16 minutes, and my bladder is screaming. It really is. It is really bad. What was that? So this was absolutely a crazy interview, and I want to thank Web Sleuths for doing everything that she does. Number one, Trish, and if you don't know who Web Sleuths is, make sure you check her out. She does a lot of true crime stuff. She's been in the business of crime, doing her Web Sleuth uh, website uh, for a long time. She knows a lot about a wealth of information on several cases. So special thanks to her. Thank you, Web Sleuth, for doing this recording and sharing it with the community. So thank you so much. Link is for her website is down in the description and to her YouTube channel as well. With this Justin, off topic, my 80-year-old mother told her sister not to call her when she is watching her Justin. Oh, Maurice, give mommy a kiss for me. That is so sweet. Oh, I love you, mommy. That's so sweet. That makes me want to cry. Ugh. Thank you. You guys are the best. Y'all are really the best, honestly. Truthfully, I love every single one of you. And even if you don't love me, I still love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I just want you to know that. I love you. Sorry. Appreciate you all. Truly, justice for this sweet child. He needs to be found. Sebastian needs to be found. Summer needs to be found. Michael needs to be found. Elijah needs to be found, right? Kyron needs to be found. So many of these children need to be found. They didn't even start life. Didn't even start. If you live 40 or 50 years, that's very short. If you live 100 years, it's short in the scheme of things. These kids are 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 15. If you have your loved ones still with you, make sure you let them know you love them. Say the things that may get in the way that your heart really wants to tell them, but you don't say it. Say it. Don't leave words unsaid, because they are probably feeling the exact same thing as well. Love you all. Truly, it's been an absolute honor. You could have chosen to be anywhere in the world, on the internet, on this platform, and you chose to be right here with me. And I am absolutely thankful for your time, each and every one of you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. God bless.